One of those rare days where I think the players are looking more forward to the post game than the game itself. Unfortunately, the Cubs didn't win last night on the field. Overnight, though, they became National League Central champions as the Cardinals lost to the Giants.
Let's see how it all developed on Thursday here at Wrigley Field. Cubs magic number down to 1, so a win and the division would belong to the Northsiders. And it looked good early. Jorge Soler with a rocket home run in the second inning. That made it 2-0. Off Jimmy Nelson, but the Brewers kind of treated this one like their World Series. They've been in 4th place for much of the year, and they were looking for their first win at Wrigley Field this season. Keon Broxton with a home run in the 4th gets them on the board. And they would grab the lead here. Orlando Arcia into the left field corner. Those runs would be unearned because of an Addison Russell error, but the Cubs would come back. Mike Montgomery with his first major league hit and RBI tied the game at 3-3. The atmosphere was incredible.
Yeah, the buzz of the ballpark from the minute we got here yesterday. A lot of energy pregame throughout the ball game. It just felt like one of those games the Cubs are going to be able to come back and win late. Obviously, that did not happen. The good news in the ball game yesterday: Mike Montgomery very solid in 6 innings of work, and Jason Hayward had a real nice day with a couple of doubles, one to left, and this one pulled into the right field corner.
That got the Cubs to within 1 at 5-4 in the 8th. But Tyler Thornburg would close out a 5-4 Brewers win. So all eyes then turned to San Francisco. And as the Cubs were playing late in their game early on, Hunter Pence of the Giants giving San Francisco a 2-0 lead over the Cardinals. Later on, and Johnny Cueto was terrific in this game. Kind of buried the lead. He was the story. He went the distance. Cardinals lose. Cubs clinch the division. And this was an early clinch. Game 146. So the Cubs still have a long way to go before we get to the playoffs. But it gives them time to rest and to plan.
Yeah, it gives Joe Madden a chance to rest his regulars. We probably won't see Rizzo for a couple of days. And then once we kind of get going here these final couple of weeks of the season, I think what you'll see is the regulars will be in there for 2 or 3 days in a row, then sit a day or two, and obviously he's got all kinds of time to figure out his pitching for the postseason and how that bullpen is going to shape up and how he's going to work it with his starters.
Let's look graphically at how early the Cubs clinched. Fewest games since 1996. Indians in 139 games. The Cubs doing it in 146, tied with the Seattle Mariners, who won 116 back in 2001. Here's Joe Madden.
Was September 15th. That's really unusual. That's really unusual. That's the part that I've really kind of been downplaying, but it's hard to wrap my mind around it, that you get it done that soon, based on everything that we had talked about last offseason, spring training, this season, rolling through a tough all-star break, and then coming back on the other side, man, and just taking off. That's really impressive on the part of our players. So. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Winning your division is always that's a highlight. It's always a highlight.
So the lineup today, the Cubs basically resting almost all their regulars. The only guy who started last night who's in there today is Jorge Soler. The interesting thing, JD, is even if the Cardinals had won last night and the Cubs were in another clinching situation, this was the pre-planned lineup all along.
Yeah, this is a byproduct of just the fact that the Cubs are coming off a tough, long road trip with some late-night arrivals, playing the day game after the night game. Joe's plan was to start most of his bench guys here today. And how much fun would that have been if those guys were out there trying to win the clincher? Obviously, it's not the case, but it will still be a fun day.
Cubs have a pretty strong bench as well, and they've got a veteran on the mound in John Lackey. Kelly Crawl. After the break, Brewers and Cubs coming up from Wrigley Field.
Light game report. Cubs and Brewers on the way just moments ago. The Cubs coming out of the dugout here, being recognized in front of their fans here at Wrigley Field as the National League Central Division champions. A big tip of the cap from David Ross and company, who have accomplished so much already this season. Of course, this just the first step, however, to the main goal that they are trying to achieve this season. And it's pretty unique, however, though, to clinch the division in mid-September, something even Joe Maddon said is very unusual. And another thing that's been unusual towards this season and very unique are all the different contributors. One, in fact, will be starting in center field this afternoon. Albert Almora Jr., who we had a chance to catch up with earlier this afternoon and ask him just how special this journey has been for him this year.
To know I was an 18-year-old kid and wanted to be a part of the playoff baseball, and to be here my first year, and then it happened. Yeah, I wasn't a part of the whole year, but still, I mean, I'm here and I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to help the team whatever I can, and it's just, man, it's a great feeling.
When you say that about being 18, talking to Theo, you obviously, as well as a lot of the other young guys in here, don't know exactly what the fans of this organization have gone through over the years. Do you feel any pressure with that, or does it just mean, like, let's go out and do this? This is our team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't find it. I mean, for me personally, I don't think it's pressure. I feel like it's something to look forward to. I mean, hey, we could do this. We could be this team. We could be the team that everybody's going to remember for the rest of their lives, and that's something special. It's something that I thought of, that I've wanted to be a part of. Since I got drafted, I wanted to be a part of this team to win, and to be here right now, to be with these great 25, 30 guys that are here right now, I'm blessed and I'm super excited.
Almora Jr., of course, one of those guys vying for a playoffs roster spot, if you will, but a couple of guys who won't be, and we're out here this afternoon thanking the fans for all of their support this afternoon. Look at those smiles. Anthony Rizzo, David Ross. It is a good day and a lot of celebrating coming up after the Brewers and Cubs right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by your local Kia dealers. Visit mykiachicago.com to learn more.
I'm Carson Daly from The Voice to the voice of the Chicago Cubs, Len Casper.
Here's the 2-2. In the air, this should do it. Jason Hayward makes a count. It's a no-hitter. Jake Arrieta has done it again. Thank you, Carson. Superstars Miley Cyrus and Alicia Keys join Adam, Blake, and Carson on TV's #1 unscripted series, The Voice, when it returns Monday night at 8 p.m. only on NBC. Time now for the Lowe's home field advantage. The Cubs have the best home record in baseball, 51-21, and here's what they've done their last 25 home games against the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, 19-6 in the last 25 against the Brewers, and so it's kind of ironic that the Brewers won that ball game last night. The Cubs were 6-0 in this ballpark against Milwaukee prior to last night.
So this should be fun today. Overcast skies. The lights are on. Hopefully the rain stays away. And again, the Cubs will celebrate their division championship after the game. And as Joe Madden said after the game, JD, they have bigger fish to fry in their skillet later on. But it's a pretty amazing accomplishment to win a division.
Yeah, and especially it's kind of not a given, but the expectations were that this team would be very special this year. But you still have to go out and do it. They have certainly done that, pretty much wire to wire, dominating the Central Division, clinching this early in a division that was supposed to be. Yeah, the Cubs were really good, but so were the Cardinals and the Pirates. Most thought. So people thought this would be a much more competitive division, and the Cubs have just run away.
Let's get into the starting pitching matchup for today. It'll be right-hander Chase Anderson for the Brewers and the big Texan John Lackey.
Anderson, over his last 5 starts, has pitched well, a 2.74 ERA. The Cubs have seen him twice this year. He was really good early on, 8 2/3, and picked up a win. And then the last time they faced him, he had to leave the ball game. Chris Bryant smoked a line drive off his knee, so it lasted a couple of batters in that one. John Lackey, career-wise against Milwaukee, 10 starts. 5-2 with a 3.09. This will be John's 3rd start since coming off the disabled list. He has thrown the ball well in each of the first 2.
Well, the Cubs celebrated a lot last year, clinching a postseason berth, and then the division series win over the St. Louis Cardinals. They'll celebrate again later today, and they hope to do it several more times this fall. Cubs baseball is next. Baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Corner of Clark and Addison, and the place already filling up as the Cubs host the Brewers. Game 2 of a 4-game weekend series. Last night the Brewers beat the Cubs 5-4, and a couple of hours later the Cardinals lost in San Francisco, and the Cubs clinching the National League Central Division. And they take the field behind veteran right-hander John Lackey. So back-to-back postseason berths. First division crown since 2008. Let's get the Brewers Southwest starting lineup written out by Craig Counsell. Keon Broxton will lead things off today. It'll be Scooter Gennett who had the big hit, the game winner in the 7th inning. Ryan Braun in left, Chris Carter at first, Hernan Perez at third, Domingo Santana is in right. The rookie Orlando Arcia plays short. Andrew Susac will catch, and Chase Anderson, the pitcher, hits ninth.
Well, we check in on the Cubs defensively. It's brought to you by Arby's. Joe Madden really shaking things up here this afternoon. Jorge Soler's in left. Albert Armour Jr. center field. Matt Caesar gets a start in right today. Listella Baez on the left side of the infield. Kawasaki Coughlin second first. Wilson Contreras behind the plate. And the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Cubs is the veteran right-hander John Lackey. 27th start for John. 9 up, 8 down, 3.35 ERA. Been good here at home. His last 5 home starts, he has fashioned a 1.65 earned run average. The Cubs are 4-1 in those 5 ball games.
Your umpires, that's Lance Barksdale behind the plate. Angel Hernandez is at first. Ted Barrett is at second. He's also the crew chief. And Will Little is at third. Are we going to stay dry today? You usually know.
My trick knee's not acting up. We might be okay. Although we had a shot there before we went to break. Those ladies with their little rain bonnets on. They're either expecting rain or maybe they were expecting to be sprayed with champagne. They're at Gladys, they say. The boys throw champagne all over the place. We better be ready.
So here's Broxton. He homered last night. What an atmosphere in the ballpark. Really all night last night as Broxton lines the first pitch into left for a base hit. And a really neat moment about 10 minutes ago as we put up on the board that the Cubs were the division champions, and the crowd stood and cheered, and all the players came out of the dugout to acknowledge.
You see Broxton attacking the first pitch there. Expect to see a fair bit of that from the Brewers here today. John Lackey gets first pitch swings more than any pitcher in baseball because he throws first pitch strikes as much as any pitcher in baseball.
Popped up shallow left. Baez makes a running catch. Great play by Baez.
Yeah, getting some acknowledgement from John Lackey. He went a long way to get this one. And there's always that fear. You got that big linebacker Soler closing from left field, so it takes great concentration not to hear the footsteps. Stay on the baseball. Not an easy sky either. White overcast sky overhead. All presenting challenges for Baez, but he makes a spectacular play.
79 humid degrees. We've got a south wind. 9 miles an hour. Broxton takes off. Not a good throw by Contreras, and Broxton on his way to third. The throw there by Almora is late. Well, a lot of action here. A steal and an error.
Brewers run a lot, more than any team in the league. Contreras tries to make that throw from his knees, and Lackey kind of incredulous looking back in at him like, what are you doing, man? Where are you throwing that ball?
We are 3 pitches into the game. We've had a single, a great catch, a steal, and an error. 1-0, swing and a miss by Braun. Infield back in the first inning.
Yeah, it's the 23rd steal of the year for Broxton. He's only been caught 3 times. Everybody, just about everybody in their lineup, a threat to run. Catcher won't run. Santana, not so much. Carter, no. But everybody else, Broxton, Jeanette, Braun.
Oh, that got a big piece of Contreras. E.J. Mainville and Joe Madden out quickly.
It'll take time. It'll take a little time to get over that one. Remember earlier this year when that happened and you ran halfway to second base?
Yeah, I do remember. So 1-2, and with 2 strikes, the infield now drawn in.
Ron is 5 out of 22 in his career against John Lackey.
Ron is Brewers franchise leader in home runs with 282 in his career. Swing and a miss. With a second out.
Yep, that's Lackey's best pitch all year long. That slider. Strikeout rate is up a good bit over last year. Command of this slide ball, outside corner, and then diving down and away to get the job done.
Everybody back. 2 outs. It's Chris Carter. 0 for 3 with a walk last night.
John went on the DL August 15th. He's out for 19 games with a right shoulder strain.
Runner at third, 2 outs, just underway. Carter went. Angel Hernandez made the call at first.
Next win for Lackey will be number 10. He's had double-digit wins every season. He has been a member of a rotation. Missed all of 2012 due to injury. Started in 02. Was 9-4 that year, but only made 18 starts. Every other season, he's had at least 10 wins.
Knocked down by Contreras. He is the active leader, John Lackey, in postseason starts with 20. He has been a part of 15 postseason series. With the Angels, the Red Sox, the Cardinals, and now coming up the Cubs. Called strike 3, and that will end the inning. Now the Brewers strand Broxton at third, and the Cubs are coming up against Chase Anderson. Is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot, and if Matt Caesar gets a hit to lead it off, Binny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Already got the t-shirts available. Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Matt Caesar will lead off. Baez at short. Good work lately against Milwaukee. Soler with the home run last night. Contreras in the cleanup spot. Chris Coghlan spelling Anthony Rizzo at first. Almora Jr. is in center. He can play all three outfield spots. La Stella is at third. Mooney Kawasaki making his first start as a Cub, and the pitcher Lackey batting ninth.
Where do we find the Brewers? Brought to you by Arby's. There's Braun in left, Broxton center, Santana strong arm in right, Perez Arcia, Jeanette Carter on the infield, Andrew Susak starting assignment behind the plate today. Lexus starting pitcher, 28-year-old right-hander Chase Anderson.
Outside for ball one.
8-11, 453 for the young right-hander. First year with the Brewers, acquired this winter in a deal from the Diamondbacks. 5-player deal. Gene Segura, infielder, moving the other way, the primary piece.
Missed again. It's 3-0. So what's left to accomplish, JD? 146 games in.
Clinch a best overall record. 6 games better than the Nationals.
The magic number is 11 for that. And Caesar takes the walk.
100 wins.
Yep.
It's certainly a feather in the cap kind of accomplishment for any team.
Cubs need to go 7 and 9 at the very least to get to 100 wins.
We've got a couple guys in the MVP conversation, a couple more in the Cy Young debate. Anderson's a reverse split guy, a right-handed pitcher, but way better against lefties than righties. In terms of batting average, over 100 points better against left-handed hitters because he has a really good changeup. He likes to work down and away to left-handed hitters. He can get hurt on his fastball. And he's had a hard time keeping the ball in the ballpark, running one of the higher home run rates in the league. He's per 9 innings pitched, minimum of 100 innings pitched this year. Home runs per 9. You see Anderson just a little bit better than Jonathan Neese. And really Peralta also on that list.
2 to Baez, and Javier chased a bad one. So 1 out. And it's Jorge Soler hitting third and playing left. Only matinee in baseball, everything else later tonight. That is almost always the case on a Friday. And the Cubs are at Wrigley Field.
And we talked about a pregame. This lineup, this is not a, hey, we clinched, let's give the regulars a day off lineup. This is a predetermined by Joe a couple of days ago because of the long road trip with the late arrivals into a couple of cities and the odd start times. Day game here today after the night game. So this is kind of his Sunday lineup he's trotting out there on a Friday afternoon.
Runner at first, 1 out. And possibly a double play ball, the flip, and they turn it. Jeanette and Arcia team up. Arcia was pulled over toward the hole, but they still get it done. 0-0 after an inning.
16 postseason tickets for potential games to be played at Wrigley Field. Go to Cubs.com/postseason to register and learn more about this postseason ticket purchase opportunity. The Cubs will conduct random drawings from among eligible fans who successfully complete the registration form.
Mentioned the electric atmosphere here at Wrigley Field last night. It certainly resonated on the televisions around town. Comcast Sportsnet delivered its highest Cubs single game rating ever last night. 11.19 Chicago market household rating. And you were terrific, so you picked a good night.
Boy, had I known that many people were watching, I really would have dialed it up.
One strike. And Hernan Perez playing third. That will get out of play. And today we want to welcome all our viewers watching on Zing in Rensselaer, Indiana. Viewers watching around the country on MLB Network, up in Canada on Rogers Sportsnet, and around the world on the American Forces Network. Glad to have you with us. That's deep to right. And it's caught by Matt Caesar on the warning track.
John Lackey, 37 years of age, 6'6", 235. That kind of gunslinger mentality when he takes the mound. Let's get it on, boys. Very aggressive. We talked about the swings he gets on first pitches, and how often he throws first pitch strikes. And a lot of times he's not trying to pick away at a corner. It's like, throw it in there. Let's go. I'm willing to challenge if you're willing to swing. And then under a little duress, couple base runners, he'll adjust his program a little bit. That approach has served him well over these many years. 174 major league wins on his resume.
Line shot center field. It'll hold up. Almora.
I think the word that comes to mind when I contemplate Joe Madden's view of John Lackey is trust. And Lackey's been through the wars. He's a veteran. He knows how to pitch. And I think Joe just kind of, okay, hands in the ball every fifth day or sixth or seventh or eighth, whatever, you know, what's going on with the rotation these days. But the point being, it's just, hey, you go do your thing. I'm just going to hang out here in the dugout and watch and enjoy. Come and get you after 6 2/3 or 7 1/3. You'll be mad at me. I'm good with that.
Arcia way out of here. 2/3 of the way up the bleachers. Brewers' #1 prospect just hit his 4th home run, and it's 1-0.
Kid has a brilliant future. He's just a puppy, young guy. Didn't know he had this kind of juice in his bat. John immediately looks to see what kind of body language he's getting from Arcia going down the line. A little bit of a helping breeze. Felt like it was blowing in earlier, but maybe not.
Yeah, it has turned around. Absolutely now helping the batters. Andrew Susac, the former San Francisco Giant, came over in the Will Smith deal on August 1st. Second start behind the plate with his new team.
A little right on right changeup. We don't see much of that from Lackey. Fastball will flash 94, but usually 91, 92. About his slider, has a curveball as well, and the change. Changeup usually reserved for left-handed batters. All not really coming out of his hand that cleanly here in this inning.
We'll bring up the pitcher Anderson. With a man on and 2 down. And the wind now howling straight out to center. It feels like July, not September.
I might have been able to get one to the warning track on a day like today in BP. Maybe. Yeah, you better turn those hats around backwards today, boys.
Two. 1-0 on the Arcia home run. Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Third strikeout for Lackey early after an inning and a half. It's 1-0 Brewers.
Experience playoff baseball from one of the rooftops across from Wrigley Field. They offer both indoor and outdoor seating. Limited playoff tickets are available by calling 773-248-ROOF or by visiting visiting WrigleyRooftops.com. Try to say Wrigley without putting field on the end of it. WrigleyRooftops.com.
Okay, we got it. WrigleyRooftops.com. You got 2 weeks to get that right.
I'm gonna type in WrigleyFieldRooftops.com and see if that gets me there anyway.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Cubs trail 1-0 early. have Contreras, Coghlan, and Almora here in the second.
When you type that in, it says, "No, you idiot, it's WrigleyRooftops.com." Well,
Strike
with
call.
this wind blowing out and Anderson's propensity to give up home runs, this could be interesting. He's going to have to really battle, keep the ball out of the air.
Anderson, like Lackey, is from the state of Texas. He's from Wichita Falls. 3 no-hitters during his senior year at Ryder High School. Twins were all over him, drafted him twice in low rounds out of high school and then out of junior college, but he did not sign. Eventually went to the Diamondbacks in the 9th round, 2009, after attending the University of Oklahoma. Still 1-2.
He has pitched scoreless baseball his last 2 starts. They were both on the road. Last time out at St. Louis, 5 2/3, 3 hits, no runs. Previous start at Pittsburgh, 5 innings, 5 hits, no runs.
Called strike 3, well located. Right down the corner.
As I mentioned earlier, he's gotten hurt on his fastball. Right-handed hitters in particular doing a lot of damage, but that one well placed. 2-seamer, hugging the inside corner to get Contreras for his second strikeout.
We'll bring up Chris Coghlan, getting some rare time at first. Chris joined the Cubs in June after being reacquired from the Oakland A's. 5 homers on the year, all hit in an Oakland uniform. Swing and a miss.
He spent some time on the DL and just really hasn't had a chance to get that much playing time since putting on a Cub uniform. Disappointing year after a very good year last season. Look out, coming our way. Oh, nice play down there. Yes, sir.
Our guy Dave Cella had a shot at one recently, and well, if you were watching, you know how the story ended.
Yeah, and he knows how tough it is to make that play. That's why he's over giving the big high five and the handshake.
He's a good teammate, right?
Yeah, he's down there. He's part of the group down there. He's working, but he's part of the community of fans. And he was going over to provide support. He was there to handle a carom if need be.
Center, it'll drop for the Cubs' first hit.
Nice easy pass there by Chris at the changeup. And I mentioned Anderson so much better against lefties. Left-handed batters hitting only .204 against him. Gets a lot of swings and misses with that changeup. Coughlin's swing pass stays in the zone a long time. delivers a solid single.
Albert Almora Jr. brought back up on September 6th for his second stint with the big league club. 34 games middle of the year. It has been quite a summer for Albert. He's slated to get married. The day he got called up, ground ball to third. As they will go around the horn, we'll have to tell the rest of the story a little later.
Oh, Harvey.
That's right. That's the one he dropped, and how Ron Santo might have called it. TSN Plus, get ready for the home opener against the Eagles with Chris Bowden, Lance Briggs, Alex Brown, and Jim Miller on Bears pregame live. Then join the guys after the game for Bears postgame live beginning Monday night at 6:30 on CSN Plus. And I am down big in our fantasy matchup this week. You had a huge night last night because of former Bear Matt Forte. He scored 3 touchdowns.
He ran for 100, scored 3 times, I believe.
Well, we still have the Sunday games and Monday night, but I do not like my chances.
I'm not counting my chickens.
1-1 on Keon Broxton. He went.
Even if he didn't, should have been a strike. One of those good pitch, at least half a swing, adds up to a definite strike. A little further out, see if he'll expand. He'll strike out a bunch. But he's shown a willingness to take a walk.
Council noted the atmosphere last night. So did the closer Tyler Thornburg. And they agreed with what we talked about last night. No matter what your record is, you would love playing on nights like that.
Yeah, the fun games to play for teams that are out of contention. Coming to a jam-packed ballpark with a lot of energy and enthusiasm. Playing out the string in September's in front of 2,500 disinterested patrons. Not a whole lot of fun.
Lackey will check on the runner. Buxton with a steal in the first. Moved to third on a throwing error by Contreras. That's a strike.
Contreras loves to throw to the bases. With a left-handed hitter up, if Broxton takes an aggressive secondary lead, I'm going to take a shot at him. He's taking a pretty good primary lead right now. Enough to get Lackey's attention.
By Coughlin. The game of the night last night was in Boston, where the Red Sox stunned the Yankees with 5 in the bottom of the 9th, capped by the Hanley Ramirez 3-run homer. The Red Sox won 7-5. Huge game for both teams.
Boston's are in first place in the American League East, 2 games better than Baltimore and Toronto. And those 2 teams would claim the wild card spots if the season were to end today.
Time call.
Highly unlikely that the season's going to end today. But if it did, Baltimore and Toronto would be in. Detroit, Seattle, just 2 games back in the wild card race. And the Yankees and Astros hanging in as well.
Right, so the Yankees could have been 4 back in the 3 back in the division. And 2 out in the wild card. They could not hang on.
Side note today, Ramirez hit a home run on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Hardest pitch he has ever homered on. Oof. And so much a lean as it was just a jab step, little fake by Broxton. Good count here for Craig Counsell if he's inclined to play a little hit and run. Lackey likes to go quickly, and having to pay attention to Broxton over there at first base takes him out of his rhythm a little bit.
Swing and a miss, and 2-2.
Changeup. I think Scooter was maybe trying to make a case for a catcher's interference.
Contreras has had a tough day. It's a changeup grip. Just got clipped.
That's with no catcher's interference. Catcher got whacked in the noggin.
There goes Broxton. The pitch is high, and the throw and the tag again. Contreras and Baez are so fun to watch.
Well, Lackey worked hard trying to keep him close over there. And Contreras gets a good pitch to handle. As good as a pitch out, that elevated fastball, quick feet, strong throw, really quick tag. He got tagged on the head by Coughlin on one of the pickoff throws, and Baez gets him on the coconut as well.
There is no wasted effort. Contreras gets that ball and fires down to second. That will land a foul. Jeanette thought it was going to be way foul and then started running, thinking maybe the wind will keep it fair. It was well to the right of the pole. Two popped into left, and it's Soler to one-handed. Braun with 2 outs and nobody on. So the Cubs winning the division and will end up 1 day shy of going wire to wire. That was back on April 8th. First Friday of the season. Deep center. Almora will watch it go. Just over the batter's eye. 2-0.
Yeah, I don't believe that one needed a whole lot of help from the wind. He really got into that one with Braun. His 28th. Had to feel good. He gets booed every time he comes up here. Yeah, he got a fist bump from that Cub fan down there. What's up with that?
Ford home run replay. He knew it.
Is that Dave Cella?
Never live it down, really. Inside on Carter. That's a strike.
Must be a challenge for the third base coaches around the league to know all the different home run handshakes you have to deliver. Whether you go low, high, fist bump, handshake.
Ed Cedar is from Waukegan, Illinois, longtime member of the Brewers staff.
I was always a fan of this, the handshake with the pat on the backside as they go around. It's kind of old school.
Propel them toward the plate.
Yeah.
Sets up toward the outside, and the 1-2 swing and a miss to end the inning. Brewers have hit a couple of solo homers today, Arcia and Braun, and they lead 2-0 in the third.
this contest got underway, a very special moment taking place here on the field as the Cubs players filtered out of the dugout as the big video board acknowledged them as your 2016 National League Central Division champions, and the entire crowd here on their feet supporting this team as they have done all season long. And as you can see here, the guys tipping the cap to all of the fans here at Wrigley, who they always go on and on about the type of support they get and the environment that they get to play in front of every night. Guys, it was a special moment and lots more celebrating to come.
Thank you, Kelly. One strike on Tommy La Stella.
I imagine there'll be a similar moment after the ball game before the players head into the clubhouse to celebrate.
Deep left center, still going back and caught. And Broxton banging into the bricks right next to the green door, and he's down. That was a great catch, but a little extra extension at the very end. And Ryan Braun quickly calling out the athletic trainer and Craig Counsell.
Yeah, heck of a play by Keon Broxton. We saw him take a home run away from Anthony Rizzo on the last road trip. This time he takes extra bases away from Tommy La Stella, but he pays a price holding that right arm wrist area. A lot of momentum carried into the brick wall.
Well, it looks like wrist is what Ryan Braun was saying. Little extra reach at the end, and it really makes you vulnerable when you're going that fast. And he will not take any chances. So he'll come out of the game. I'm sure get x-rays.
Yeah, that looks like a season ender.
Ooh, right arm or wrist. Dan Wright, one of their athletic trainers. Well, Broxton, as you mentioned, has made a couple of unbelievable grabs against the Cubs here these last couple of weeks. Neuenhuis will replace him in center. This was a game saver against Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by Keon Broxton. He seems to be coming into his own offensively. He's not a really young guy, like 26, 27, I think. Running around a little bit. He's really swinging it well here in the second half. The athleticism is obvious when you watch him make plays in the outfield, the way he runs the bases. Take over and been a bit of a cup killer this year.
Nori Kawasaki. First start this year, 2 for 4 with a double and an RBI as a reserve, and a swing and a miss. And he was one of the most popular Cubs in the clubhouse throughout spring training. His teammates love him. Good bunt. Anderson will get him as that throw is dug out by Carter at first.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Kawasaki's not going to hit it over the outfielders' heads very often. Tries to use his speed, but Anderson makes a good play and a nice pick by Chris Carter.
John Lackey with 2 outs. Well, if he wants to win his home run bet with John Lester today, will be his best opportunity, right? With the wind blowing out.
He just took a pretty good shot right there.
On the ground toward third. And that will end the inning. So we go to the 4th. It's 2-0 Milwaukee.
The final homestand of the regular season would be the Red Series, Monday through Wednesday, the 19th through the 21st. Don't miss your chance to catch a game at beautiful Wrigley Field. Visit Cubs.com to get your tickets today.
A couple of changes possibly scheduled. Hopefully Jorge Soler is all right, as Miguel Montero will come in to catch, and Contreras will head out to left.
Yeah, you never know this time of year. Injury-related move, or just get a guy in that bag, get him out of the ball game, kind of thing.
Nothing Brewers. Ground ball knocked down by Lackey and safe. Good try by Kawasaki. Perez is aboard with an infield hit.
Perez continues to impress. Solid contact. Good try by Kawasaki, but it's an infield hit for Perez. Hit the ball sharply to right field first time up. And normally, though, you wouldn't make that kind of move with your catcher, right? And you had a starting pitcher out there working with the catcher. Normally, you would keep that combination together.
Morris got it. Santana retired.
I'm wondering if that move is more related to Contreras, taking that foul ball and not feeling very comfortable behind the plate, but want to keep him in the game to get him some at bats.
Yeah, Soler played last night. One hop, Kawasaki feeds Baez. Throw to first. Double play. 4-6-3. And the inning is over. Nicely done by the guys up the middle. 2-0 Brewers. Is lamplighter in Palatine. Cubs trailed 2-0. Overcast, warm, humid day, wind blowing out. Caesar will start it for the Cubs. Outside for ball one.
What a grossly humid day here today. Very sticky. Anderson up to the challenge so far, keeping the ball on the ground. Stella hit that deep drive that Broxton made the play on, but other than that, a couple double play balls, a couple comebackers to end the last inning.
Caesar 2 for his last 28. He did walk in the first inning. Signature game this year for Matt, probably August 12th against the Cardinals. He was in that leadoff spot, double, hit by pitch, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, scored 4 times. And the Cubs 13-2 win. Also hit the big insurance grand slam against the Braves back on April 29th.
Hasn't had many ABs here of late, but really good off the bench this year.
High fly out into the left for Ryan Braun. It's Baez who came in hitting .300 in his home ballpark this season. Line and caught. Hernan Perez stole away a double.
Wow, you cannot hit the ball any harder than that.
Bad luck.
Woof. Absolutely blister. Bat to glove. About half a second.
With the exit velocity from StatCast here in a moment. A 107 miles an hour. And the MLB StatCast. Montero with his first plate appearance today just came in to catch. Cubs the earliest clinching team to win a division since the Angels in 2008. They did it on September 10th of that season. Cubs on September 15th. This is the 20th postseason appearance in Cubs history. 6th division title. 4 coming in the National League Central. 2 in the old version of the Eastern Division. 4th time they've been in the playoffs in consecutive years. 1885 and 86. 3 straight years, 1906 to 08. And then much more recently, 2007 and 8. Ball 4.
The 2008 Angels team ended up winning 100 ball games, but they were bounced in the division series by the Red Sox. John Lester and John Lackey hooked up a couple times in that series. Lester bested Lackey in game 1, and then I think it was decided by the bullpens in game 4.
By the way, the Cubs' magic number to clinch home field throughout the NL playoffs is 10. Going into action today. Neuenhuis playing pretty deep. He's got to come in, slide the grab, and that's the inning. A couple of nice plays by Brewers center fielders today. They still lead 2-0.
Podcast here from Brian Urlacher, Jim Miller, and more as your Bears head into Monday night against the Eagles. Subscribe at csnchicago.com/podcast. Remember, Bears win on a late safety.
Overtime safety or just late?
Could be. I haven't visualized completely how it's going to go down. It's going to be late.
2-zip for the visitors.
So the Brewers have traded Jonathan Lucroy away. He's a Texas Ranger now. Martin Maldonado, who had been caddying for Lucroy these last few years, has taken over as the main backstop. Susak getting the start here today. I'm not sure what their plan going forward is. Seems like they might be in the market this offseason for a frontline catcher. Maybe they got somebody bubbling up through their system. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a big void when you trade Jonathan Lucroy.
Yeah, and that's one. It's a tough deal to make because he had a very club-friendly contract.
Something happened upstairs. I didn't see it, but I'm assuming somebody got a hand on it and didn't catch it again.
And maybe it's not that much of a priority for the Brewers because they might not feel like next year is the year they're going to make a big leap forward anyways. They continue to try to identify their core players. That's an asset teams tend to cling to, though. You got a solid frontline catcher who's a good two-way player, both defensively and a run producer.
Line shot, base hit.
There's not a ton of those guys around.
We've got Coughlin covering at first. Kawasaki about 40 feet from home plate. And Anderson squared, pulled the bat back, and then really got buzzed by a fastball. That was a changeup, I guess, 87.
We've seen Joe do this on occasion. Avi Baez made a couple plays crashing in from second base. This is a little bit different in that Kawasaki is deployed early. He's out there bouncing around like a goaltender. We've seen on occasion with Ben Zobrist playing second base where Ben will come over and hold the base runner at first, and Anthony will come in and position himself similar to where Kawasaki is now.
He drives it to right, and it's caught by Caesar. So it worked out well for the Cubs, kept the Brewers from getting down that bunt. Make sure you follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Neuenhuis got in there because of the injury to Keon Broxton. We're not known the severity of that injury just yet. Looked like his right wrist. Neuenhuis has put up great numbers at home, but he has been really bad on the road. Hard to explain. He's been very good against the Cubs this year. As he chops it foul. At home, he's hitting .290 with a .953 OPS. On the road, 129 with a .467. So as we said in Milwaukee last week, he's MVP-like at Miller Park, and this year he's hit like a pitcher. Weird.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for guys to be better at home than on the road, but the disparity in his splits are crazy. If you were a conspiracy theorist, you'd think he's getting the signs or something at his home ballpark.
13 games against the Cubs. He's ranked 5 home runs. 5 out of 13 overall on the year have been against the Cubs. Swing and a miss for strike 3. So 2 outs now. Scooter Gennett.
Drop down two-seamer getting good running action, inducing an ugly swing from Neuenhuis. Andy Van Slyke, former outfielder, many years ago was asked about the difference between home and road. He said, well, on the road, they really frown upon it when you go downstairs in your underwear to eat your cereal in the morning.
Well, I'm guessing Neuenhuis has been asked a lot about it, and there might be a point in a season where you starts to get in your head a little bit because you're continually reminded of it.
Yeah. Why can't you hit on the road? I didn't realize I couldn't. Oh, no, you can't. Believe me, we've looked at the numbers.
Two and two on Gennett. Clouds clearing a bit. Sun is out. Wind continues to blow out to center. And the pitch softly lined into left center. Will give Braun a chance. He homered his last time up.
Yeah, so you know, it's celebration day here for the Cubs. They're going to have a big party in the clubhouse after this game ends. But John Lackey's out there trying to pick up his 10th win of the year. It's an important win for him. He'll have a couple more starts before this is all said and done. But year in and year out, he's been able to deliver double-digit wins, so you know that's very important to him. So this becomes a very significant confrontation, down 2 already with Ryan Braun up there.
Inside, ball 1. Brewers out hitting the Cubs 6-1. 2 of those hits have been homers. Garcia in the second, Braun in the third. We talk about different batting stances and where guys hold their hands and kind of generally end up in the same place. And you look at how Braun sets up. You do wonder, well, how does he have such a quick bat? Well, he does. It's that weird practice swing.
Yeah, he got caught in between there. He wasn't ready to hit. Yeah, he's got that kind of top hand, real high rehearsal swing he does. Kind of like Jason Hayward, that funky practice swing.
Fly ball, Almora to end the inning. Brewers strand a couple. Midway in the 5th, they lead 2-0. Lackey on the mound today, right now trailing 2-0. Anderson's first pitch, a high changeup, caught the top of the zone against Chris Coghlan.
Cubs with just one hit so far. Anderson's walked a couple.
Opposite field base hit. Chris has both Cubs knocks.
2 solid line drives. One right center-ish, this time to left. Scene with some run but no sink. Good looking stroke.
So the Albert Almora Jr. story.
Made
his major league debut earlier this summer on the day he was scheduled to get married, and his fiancee said, well, we'll postpone it a few weeks. They eventually tied the knot here in Chicago, and then he got sent back to AAA. While he was down at AAA in Des Moines, they welcomed in their first child, his son. And he went on the disabled list, so he did get a little extra time at home because of the injury. Now he's back in the big leagues. That's an eventful summer.
Yeah, that's a big summer. A young man, just 22 years of age. A bright future in front of him.
Two and one. Two and two.
Scouts would probably tell you that the glove is ahead of the bat with Almora, but he handled himself well. And he was up earlier this year. Checks his guy. It's going to hit for a decent average, plenty of doubles. I think the home runs will come too. He's a big, strong kid.
Off the outside corner.
All comes down to discipline. You're willing to wait out a pitcher, force him into the strike zone, get pitches that you can drive.
Driven out in the left center, and we're tied. 2-run homer.
There you go, right on cue.
That's his third of the year.
Oakland singles. Almora picks out what looked like a high changeup. Dismisses the bat, goes for a leisurely trot around the bases, and ties the ball game. Here's your Ford home run replay.
So all the runs on the home runs, 2 for Milwaukee, and Albert Almora Jr.'s first Wrigley Field homer.
Down in Iowa this year, Albert hit .303, 18 doubles, 3 triples, 4 home runs. Could easily see him developing into a 15 to 20 home run guy.
So first run allowed by Chase Anderson this month. His third start here in September. Swing and a miss. Three and 2 on La Stella. Tie ball game in the 5th. 2-2. He held and he walked it. Visit from the pitching coach. Saki the batter.
Hey, Cup fans, Joe Madden wants you to own his car. Joe is raffling off his signature vehicle for charity. Raffle tickets are $100 each and are available at fan services during all remaining home games or at 3721 North Clark Street. Full details available at Cubs.com/Joe's Raffle. Munenori, 35 years of age, long career in Japan. He's not had a lot of success at the big league level here in the States. Started with Seattle, moved on to Toronto. But a high energy guy, and his teammates love him. Earlier this year when they were dragging a little bit, we're in New York, and some of the players on the bus were pining for, we need a little Kawasaki in our lives. John Lackey said, don't even put him on the roster. Just bring him up. He goes, I'll pay him. I'll give him money just to hang out with us.
We have word from the Cubs. Jorge Soler left the game with tightness either in his right side or right thigh. We think side. Some of the Cubs beat reporters are reporting thigh. We heard side. We'll clarify. Two. Side. We got it right. On the ground toward right, but it'll be Jeanette. And he won't get him. Kawasaki with an infield hit.
Jeanette had to go a long way for that one. I'm not so sure that wouldn't have been a better play for Carter to get the ball and Anderson to cover first base. But it's a knock from Munenori. Yeah, I don't know that Carter could have gotten there either. It takes Jeanette a little time to gather himself before making that throw, and that proves to be the difference.
A single homer walk single. We'll start this inning, and Craig Counsell will not challenge the call.
No, it was an easy one. So here's John Lackey with a chance to bunt a couple along. Ron Perez will flash the signs and then come in and give the verbal to the pitcher because they don't think we're smart enough as a species to get the signs. We have to be told verbally. Not that that ever bothered me.
Bounce to Jeanette. Where is he going to go? Second for one. Relay to first. Safe.
That was crazy. Everybody on the move here expecting bunt. Lackey swings away right into the path of Jeanette. Makes a heads-up play and flipping that ball to second base, and Lackey pushing it hard down the line, able to beat the double play. Brewers reviewing this one as well. It's Pat Murphy, the bench coach, on the phone there. He was the coach at Notre Dame when Craig Counsell played his college ball there so many years ago. Let's see, what do you think?
Out. I think we're going to challenge. Yep. Counsell will challenge. So it's our Foresight Technology replay review, and I'm guessing we're going to turn a 4-6-3 double play the hard way. It was really close. That first look we had, it looked like the ball was in the back of the glove just before Lackey touched first, and they've already made the call. He's out. I wonder, and I don't know, as replay has evolved and we have these close plays and the manager gives a just give me a second. Are we starting in New York now to kind of already look at the play in case they challenge?
Oh, I'm assuming, yeah, I'm assuming they are. Anything close, I would think they're on.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Kind of cut down on some of that replay time, and that was a very quick one. Caesar with 2 outs and a man at third.
Talking with Joe the other day, yesterday as a matter of fact, about his plans in his final couple of weeks, and then that stretch between the end of the regular season and the postseason. And he said he doesn't want to change things a whole lot, doesn't want to get too deep in terms of any advanced scouting reports beyond what they already know about the opposition. Wants to keep it simple. They'll review their bunt defense. Probably do cutoffs and relays one day. I think the bigger challenge would be to get the guys some live hitting. Season ends on Sunday. Division series will start on Friday. That's a long time to go in between without seeing live pitching.
Challenge will be to keep everybody rested and fresh. And raring to go.
Rested but not rusty.
I guess to use a Joe Madden line, rested but frisky. And then Friday hits. The shortstop Arcia to end the inning. Cubs tie it up on the Almora home run. It's 2-2 after 5.
Hotel accommodations and Milwaukee's best entertainment and dining are yours at Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Find out more and book your stay today at paysbig.com. What's Potawatomi backwards, Harry?
I'm not even going to try it. Chris Carter in the 6th takes strike 1 from John Lackey. No play for Montero.
I don't know Chris Carter at all, but when I watch him play, I think this guy is well suited for this game. We talk so much about the peaks and valleys and keeping an even keel.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
I could be wrong. He could be the most excitable guy on the planet, but you get that sense watching him play. Just kind of goes about his business. Doesn't change his demeanor whether he's going well or scuffling.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. He's not afraid to strike out. Leads the National League in that category. Now with 186. He struck out all 3 times today. Carrera's flying to the warning track in the 2nd. Singled on the infield in the 4th.
Yeah, if you think about it, that's a pretty good gig that Carter's got. Strikes out a lot, walks a fair bit, hits a lot of home runs. Plays first base, so he's always close to the dugout. Just not a whole lot of running going on there. It's a pretty good gig.
Not really told to cut down on his 2-strike swing.
Yeah.
Don't worry if you strike out a lot. He leads the league in games played. He's number 146 for him today. Fly ball center field. Moore Jr. battling the sun and down to a knee, and he's got it. Make sure you follow In Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Santana with 2 outs. Inside corner in the slider for a strike.
Is he on your all musical artist team?
I would say so. Brian Wilson is on the list. Caesar will pick it up. Santana racing towards second, and he slides in safely. Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah. Carlos Santana. If we have room for 2 Santanas.
Yeah, you got to put Carlos in there. That's the actual name.
Yeah. Javier Baez.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an Aaron Crow?
Yes.
Kevin Cash.
Josh Harrison. We could go on and on.
Yeah. Well, and we will. Rogers Hornsby in the range.
Alex Presley. Elvis Andrews.
Now we're rolling.
Well, let's jump in the Wayback Machine. Norm Cash.
Yeah. I had Kevin Cash. I like Norm better.
Okay.
Norm Cash once got hit in the ribs by a Nolan Ryan fastball. Dropped to his knees and crawled on his hands and knees back to the dugout. He also, as legend has it, came up to bat against Nolan with a leg of a training room table, figuring he had as much of a chance with that as he did his regular bat.
All right, my last one, and it's a tandem. Pinky Higgins and Cliff Floyd.
Pinky Higgins and Cliff Floyd. What am I missing?
Put them together.
Pink Floyd.
Yes,
Oh,
you
very nice.
You win.
I love it.
We're trying to figure out if Cliff Higgins was in some sort of skiffle group. How did we start this conversation? Oh, it was Domingo Santana.
Santana, yeah.
See, Domingo Santana works because you have Placido Domingo and Carlos Santana.
He's a crossover artist. Yep.
2 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Swing and a miss. So Arcia is out, and we remain tied at 2-2.
$10,000 early arriving fans receive a Cubs picnic blanket presented by Jewel Osco. After the game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger will have the opportunity to run the bases, weather permitting. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Want to know on Javier Baez. One name to add to our list via Twitter, Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, you got to have the
name. Have Kenny on your own musical baseball name list.
Reggie Jackson 5. Reggie Jefferson Starship.
I was going to say Dweezil McCartney was very briefly a Seattle Pilot, I think. Ooh. 3-1.
Didn't want it. I suggest Mr. Anderson not throw that one again. No way Javi's taking that one twice in a row. He's going to try to paint down and away. Oof, oof, oof. Wow.
Where would that one have landed with the wind blowing out? Would have been Kingman-like, I think.
Beat him. Beat him with velocity, 93. Maybe a little deception there.
And he comes back to get Baez.
This one looked like it had a little cutting action on it. But that's a tough way to make a living there. Fall behind 3-0 and then 3 straight fastballs, 2 of them right over the heart of the plate. But he got away with it. Last one well placed.
All the way by Montero.
So last inning we were talking about Joe and the preparations in the end of the regular season, the beginning of the division series. When he was with Tampa, they had a layoff like that, and they flew the instructional league team into town to play against the big leaguers, so they could face some live pitching.
They were just down the road, right? Port Charlotte.
They probably bust him in. I thought he said flu. That would be kind of fun, right? Put up posters around town looking for qualified ball players to play an inter-squad game against the Chicago Cubs this Wednesday afternoon at Wrigley Field.
Two and two. It is, and it's sent in the air to left. That is Braun. 2 outs.
Have you looked into the history of the postseason in terms of the success rate for teams that either clinch early or have X number of days off before their series starts, whether that's a big advantage, a disadvantage, or kind of a neutral situation?
I would say there's probably no pattern. I know we had the graphic in our pregame show of teams that clinched really early, like the Cubs did. The Seattle Mariners were on that list. 2001, they got eliminated in the American League playoffs. Drilled to left. And it'll deflect off Braun's glove, sending Contreras to second with a double. Yeah, I think that's, to me, when people say, what's your biggest concern about October? It's that when the Cubs start the division series, they will no longer have a 17-game lead and be in first place. They're just hosting game 1.
Yeah, and the reason why the Cubs have been so good is because they are so deep and talented. They have the deepest rotation in the game. And so you kind of lose that edge when you get into a short series, because most teams you're going to face in the postseason will stack up pretty good, 1, 2, 3 in their rotation. And in the division series, you don't need to go any deeper than 1, 2, 3.
Look, the last 4 games between these two teams, there's a 27.5 game spread between the Cubs and the Brewers. The Brewers have won 3 out of 4. So, yeah, I mean, when you say anybody can beat anybody, and then it's any good team can beat another good team, sure. I heard you on the Score today asked about that idea of regular season success, piling up all these wins, and then the kind of World Series or bust mentality, and I think it's both.
Yeah, the Cubs will be and their fans will be really disheartened if they don't win the World Series. But everybody in the postseason will feel that way. I just think the Cubs fans feel like they have a greater claim to it because this team has been so darn good all season long, and I get that.
And we've been waiting for a long time. Hoagland already with 2 hits. Go ahead runners at second. That's Contreras. Just see the top of his helmet. On our screen as that one will get out of play.
Well, that's the thing. So no matter what postseason series you're talking about, the Cubs will be favored.
Yep.
But it's, you know, more of a 55-45 thing, right? As opposed to 80-20.
Well, if you just handicap a 10-team tournament, if the Cubs are the #1 team kind of on the list, they'd have about a 20-25% chance. So it's not like you go into a situation there, even if you go 162-0, the odds are still not going to say, you know, you have a 60% chance to win. It's just there are too many teams involved. And I like what you said about how the game kind of started in the early part of the modern era, and it was about the pennant. You win your league's pennant, and then, oh yeah, let's play a World Series. Let's play the
World Series
National
is more of an exhibition almost.
That has evolved over the course of time to now having 10 teams, 5 in each league.
Yeah, and there's no way you can change the mindset of the fans or the industry to say winning the division is the biggest prize. This is, you know, you go to spring training, you got this 162 game schedule ahead of you. That's the big prize. That's what you should really honor. We've gone way past that now. You got to win. You got to win the big prize. You don't get a ring for winning the division.
Jeanette battling the sun as he backpedals, and he's got it. It was a bit perilous, but he made the catch to end the inning. USAA honors those who have served and all our service members at home and abroad. JD has his white glove on. Is that the Ryder Cup?
Apparently, yeah. The Ryder Cup is in the house. You have to have the glove on to touch it. Reminds me of when I was an altar boy. It feels like I'd be carrying around in church.
We have
that's pretty slick. I'm nervous. I don't want to overhandle.
Ryan Sandberg stopping in, the Hall of Famer. Rhino.
Hey guys.
How are you?
Rhino?
Good. I brought a little gift for you guys from
Thanks,
my home,
man.
from my house.
That.
Yes, beautiful, isn't it?
Andrew Susac with a base hit as we start the 7th. So yeah, the Ryder Cup. Tell us about it.
I don't know that much about it, other than it's a it's a big time golf tournament. But the trophy's beautiful. Has the winners on it from the past countries. Obviously a big sporting event with a lot of spirit and some very good golf. Just around the corner. I think it's 2 or 3 weeks away.
Yeah, coming up
in Minnesota.
Hazeltine.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful. There's Manny Pena batting for Chase Anderson. 2-2, 7th inning. And up and in on Pena. Well, this has been a fun team to watch, hasn't it, Rhino?
Sure has. What a season of baseball. Good baseball. One minor slump just before the All-Star break. Banged up a little bit, but bounced right back with a big winning streak right after the break. But good, steady baseball. A lot of talent. All the players being used. Everybody contributing. Makes for a very good locker room. I know that. And a lot of W's.
JD mentioned earlier today the relentless consistency. And aside from that 3-week stretch, the Cubs have been by far the best team in baseball. You like the mix too, right? The youth, the veteran leadership.
Love the mix, yeah. A lot of young players. I mean, just a few veterans sprinkled in there. I mean, majority of young players is pretty impressive, and to see them adjust to this league and this style of play so early on in their career, it just makes for a lot of years of good baseball here at Wrigley.
Let me ask you, as a player, so the Cub season will end on a Sunday. They'll start the postseason on a Friday. Would you need to see some live pitching between then, or simulate a game, or would you be just good with BP?
That's a lot of time off. It really is. You know what? When you look back at the All-Star break, they got 4 days off, and they came back and played some of the best baseball right after that. So I think that was a good little test for them. So I know that through the grind, some days off will be good, but also some at bats within these next 2 weeks to stay sharp is important. And then during that period, they'll need to come up with some ideas, some different things to get the timing back.
3-2, check swing roller. Kawasaki will take the play at first, really his only option. The runner at second with 1 out. That is a pretty good list of accomplishments. Into the Hall of Fame. It's been 11 years.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I wrote that up this morning. I'm glad I got it on there. How long has it been? 11 years. Yeah, 11 years. Wow, that's amazing.
9 Gold Gloves. Where do you have all your hardware?
At my home. Yep.
Got a spot for the Ryder Cup on the mantle?
Absolutely.
You can take that
Absolutely.
home. We'll cover you. We'll sneak you out of here with it.
Put that in the kitchen or someplace. I definitely have a spot for that.
1-0 the count on Kurt Neuenhuis. It's the lead man out there at second, Suzak. Baez behind second. We'll get Neuenhuis. So 2 outs here in the 7th. And number 23 in action.
It's back when nobody wore shirts to the ballpark.
The big game on June 23rd, 1984.
Bruce Sutter, what a pitcher. Had a freak pitch. You didn't see that every day. So that's why that was such a big deal, was to hit the 2 balls in the air off of Bruce Sutter. Dominant sinker ball pitcher at the time. Didn't see that every day. You have one shot at him, seeing 2 months later. But that was one of the few games and few at-bats where I aimed underneath the baseball instead of slightly on top of the ball.
I'm sure you still have a lot of people who come up to you and say, I was there when that happened. That is trouble. It is very deep, and it's gone. Scooter Gennett does it again. Last night, it was off the bench in the 7th with a 2-run double. Today, as a starter, a 2-run homer.
Yeah, and you know, he's developed a little power as his career has evolved. That's his 13th home run this year, 3rd one allowed by John today. So all the Brewers runs coming on home runs, a couple of solo, and now this 2-run shot by Scooter Gennett. It's the Ford home run replay.
And this, Rhino, is the kind of day you do want to try to get the ball in the air.
Yes.
The wind blowing out.
Yeah, the solo home runs don't bother you that much, but 2-run homer right there in that situation puts us behind by 2 now.
There's Ryan Braun. He homered in the 3rd. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, and all the runs scoring after 2 are out. It'll drive a pitcher nuts. Keep you up at night.
It's number 104 for John. Swing and a miss. We got a shot of the Ryder Cup trophy. Rhino is serving as the ambassador today as the trophy is here at Wrigley Field. And now he's going to sing the 7th inning stretch. And it's brought to you by Mazda.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Cubs Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg.
Hey, Cub fans. I want to welcome the Ryder Cup to Wrigley Field. The home of the division champion Chicago Cubs. Let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back for its root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 at the old ball game. Let's go Cubs!
Access to an exclusive club. Visit CubsPremier.com to join the Premier Client Priority List.
Albert Almora Jr. just broke his bat, lost his helmet, but he's got a leadoff single. That'll bring the tying run to the plate. A new pitcher.
I think he liked that bat. He's lamenting, my bat, my bat.
Jacob Barnes is the new Brewer pitcher.
Well, he was.
He's the old
Jacob,
pitcher.
we hardly knew ye.
We'll be back in a moment. From third to right, Santana moved from right to center, and Yadiel Rivera came in to play third. So those changes were made when Barnes came in. Now it's Brent Suter, their lone lefty.
Yeah, a whole bunch of righties out there in that bullpen, but Suter, the only southpaw. He's 27 years of age, 6'5", $195.
Midas Tire and Auto Service, experts call to the pen. Runner at first, that's Almora. The batter, Tommy La Stella, and he takes a strike. 4-2 Milwaukee.
Suter, prototypical soft tossing left-hander. Because of that, he relies heavily on breaking pitches, sliders, changeups, curveball.
He was born in Chicago. Ground ball, base hit. Almora trying for third. Nope, he's going to put on the brakes, and he's out. He was thinking third, and I think he saw Gary Jones put on the stop sign. He tried to get back to the bag, and he could not.
Yeah, and you have to realize that base hit to right field, you either got to go or not go. You take that big turn and slam on the brakes, you become very vulnerable to that throw coming in behind you. Youthful exuberance, perhaps. On a couple of runs, situation where you're probably going to go station to station unless you know for sure you can make it to third base.
Joe will challenge the call. Forsythe Technology replay review time. Now, this could be a pretty big call. He might have gotten back.
Yeah, that look right there, my best guess is safe. Hand get the corner of the bag before the tag is applied there in the back of the elbow, triceps region. Hard to tell. All stands or is confirmed.
Way it's upheld. So back-to-back hits to start the inning, but you've got just a runner at first with one out. And it's Kawasaki. David Ross now in the on-deck circle. Mentioned Suter born in Chicago. He went to Archbishop Moeller High School in Cincinnati. Has been a baseball factory, hasn't it? A couple of Hall of Famers went there. Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Larkin, Buddy and David Bell.
Turned out a lot of football players too.
Saki bailed out of the way. It's 3-0.
It's interesting, you think, well, lefty who throws 84, 85 miles an hour, he must be a sinker ball, but he's been working mostly up with the fastball. Maybe a left-handed version of Chris Young, the big 6'11" right-hander that works up in the zone with mid-80s fastballs. Suter, the 31st round pick of the Brewers in 2012, 965th pick overall. How about that, getting to the big leagues? Good for him, man.
No relation to Bruce Suter. Just one T in that last name. As Kawasaki is aboard.
Ross announced council will make another move.
Another pitching change here in the bottom of the 7th. 4-2 Milwaukee. And we'll be right back.
Pinch hitting here in the bottom of the 7th has announced that this will be his final year in the game of baseball, if you will, getting ready to retire, and said he's been soaking up everything he can. Last night, guys, came to the ballpark using the train and then afterwards walked down Sheffield, he says, until the game between the Cardinals and Giants was about to end, stepped into a bar, saw the final of the game, took a shot, celebrated for himself, and then he said, I jumped in a cab and went home because the rest of the celebration will happen today. And how about this crowd? A standing ovation for David Ross right now.
Pretty cool as he steps in against Jan Marinez. And a bouncer to third. Rivera to second for one. Relay to first. Got it. 5-4-3 double play to end the threat here in the 7th. Cubs have had their chances here the last few innings, but their only runs coming on the home run by Albert Almora Jr. in the 5th. To the 8th, still 4-2. more games in this series late in the afternoon tomorrow. On WGN, ABC 7 on Sunday. Back on Comcast Sportsnet Monday and Tuesday night as the Cincinnati Reds come to town. New pitcher for the Cubs is rookie right-hander Felix Pena.
8th appearance for Felix. No wins, no losses, a 5.06 ERA, just 5 1/3 innings of work.
Hooked in the left. Carter is on the leadoff single. He had struck out in his first 3 at bats.
Yeah, normally a pretty patient hitter, but when you've punched out 3 times, there's a tendency to go up hacking early. Try to put the ball in play. So he avoids the sombrero. Golden, not urban. Gets himself a knock. Cubs have bounced into 4 double plays today. Something they'll have to work on between now and the postseason. Double play avoidance. Maybe strikeouts aren't such a bad thing after all.
Right. It's better than
they're only worth 1.
A double play. With a rainbow to center. Mora's got it.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is the premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics to Cubs charities. Visit Cubs.com/authentics today.
Santana started in right, now playing center. 1 for 3 with a double. He hits it high in the air. Mora's had a busy day out there.
Yeah, that one had some serious hang time. Definitely going to fair catch that one.
Garcia homered in the second. He looks pretty smooth out there at short too. Times we've seen him here recently against the Cubs. Breaking ball, strike. One and one. It's the inside corner, 2-1. The pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2.
Fastballs and sliders from Felix. Struck out 81 against 23 walks in 63 innings down at AAA. The calendar says fall. It's a very summery day here today. One of the rare days where the wind has been blowing out this year.
Arcia strikes out to end the inning. Bottom of the 8th. Cubs down 2.
And an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC. Cubs running out of outs here. 6 outs to go. Down a couple. Their closer, Tyler Thornburg, likely not available. Threw a lot last night. Here's Corey Knebel, who is able. Got a good arm anyway. Mid-90s heater, sharp overhand curve.
1 strike on Matt Caesar. Mentioned before, everything else is later tonight around baseball, and several games involving teams in the playoff mix. I kind of like to look at starting pitching matchups too. Well, that looks like a fun one. And a couple stood out to me tonight. Michael Fulmer and Corey Kluber, Tigers and the Indians, in a big game in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And how about R.A. Dickey and Jared Weaver?
Put the radar gun away.
Blue Jays and the Angels late tonight. Shot to right, but it's hit too well, and Perez makes the catch. The most popular way to follow the Cubs postseason push is with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Get MLB.com at bat on your favorite devices now.
In that Cardinal Giant series, it'll be Luke Weaver for St. Louis tonight, Matt Moore for the Giants.
Strike called on Javier Baez.
Right now, the Giants trail the Dodgers by 4 games out west. They have the lead in the wild card. They're 1 game better than the Mets, and the Mets are 1 game better than the Cardinals. Miami 4 games off the pace, so they've got an outside shot, but a lot of things would have to break just right for the Fish.
Kenta Maeda and Zach Greinke tonight. Here's your wild card update. We were talking about surprises last night, positive and negative ones around baseball. You mentioned the Diamondbacks. 62 and 84, tied for 4th in the West. Shelby Miller spending a lot of the year back in the minors, and Zach Greinke, after signing his big deal, he's got an ERA of 4.54. 12 and 6, but very high ERA.
Yeah, he got off to a horrible start, and then he got on a nice roll there for a while. And since then, it's been kind of a roller coaster ride for him.
Infield pop up. Carter makes the grab.
Patrick Corbin's really struggled too for the Diamondbacks this year.
Montero with 2 outs.
The other team that's been a surprising team, not so much that they're in contention, it's just the way they've gone about it, is the Cardinals. 100-win team last year. Tremendous pitching last season. That has not been the case this year. So they're doing it. Brandon Moss and Jed Jerko and all these guys hitting home runs. Hazelbaker so good early, and
Randall Grichuk as of late.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a completely different style of team.
Mets are getting a little healthier. Lucas Duda expected back just as a pinch hitter to start, but he'll return on Saturday. He's been out with a stress fracture in his lower back since May. Jacob deGrom will start on Sunday against the Minnesota Twins. He'll be on a pitch count of about 75. It'll be his first outing since September 1st. He's been battling a forearm issue. Giancarlo Stanton in the Marlins lineup tonight. First time since August 13th. He injured his groin and came back kind of unexpectedly. But to this point has been used as only a pinch hitter. And he's in their lineup tonight against the Phillies. Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. So we go to the ninth. It's still 4-2 Milwaukee. Rocket arms, and we probably could have added another pitcher or two to our graphic. It is going to be a very interesting Cy Young race in the National League, but 6 candidates. Jake Arrieta, who won it last year. John Lester making a late push. You like strikeouts? Fernandez, Scherzer, Syndergaard, and then the guy with the best ERA in all of baseball, bottom left, Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah, he's the guy that would probably get my vote right now. To build a case for everybody on that list, but it's hard to dispute that 2.03 ERA, and I know a lot of voters aren't going to watch his every start. They'll say, yeah, but he's a contact guy. We really like those power arms that rack up the strikeouts. Well, he's got decent strikeout numbers. He's better than league average, and if you watched him pitch throughout the course of the season, you're seeing a level of dominance that's it's not just about strikeouts, it's about all the weak contact.
Suzak pops it up. Chris Coughlin in foul territory, drifts back into fair ground, and he makes a catch for the first out. Well, as you kind of speculated when it happened, bad news for Keon Broxton. His season is over. He's got a fractured right wrist on this catch earlier today.
Yeah, a heck of a play, and he's just carrying so much speed into the wall out there. Tries to brace himself with his hands. He might have been better off just, as we've seen some guys do, just kind of leave their feet and go shoulder first into the wall. But it's not something you practice. There's no easy way to confront a brick wall.
Pinch hitter is Jonathan Villar.
Literally a tough break for Broxton.
Will definitely be a part of the Brewers' plans going into next season. And it's a strike. 2-1. We are out of their lineup today, but getting a late at bat.
As Villar and Hernan Perez, you have two Joe Madden type players, guys that can play multiple positions. Good offensive players, speed guys with some power as well.
And he swings and misses for strike 3. Kurt Neuenhuis had to exit with an abdominal strain. Well, the hits keep coming.
John Lackey today, 7 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, all earned, a couple of walks, 8 strikeouts. He allowed 3 home runs, a couple solo and a 2-run shot. So no doubt a couple of pitches he'd like to have back, but all in all, pretty solid day's work for Lackey. Through 105 pitches. Jake Buchanan you saw warming up in the Cubs bullpen. Looks like the Feed It guy from the fertilizer commercials.
See, I've heard that commercial more than I've seen it.
Feed It. The Scottish accent.
Two has popped up. Looks like Montero has a play. He does, and Felix Pena with a couple of scoreless innings. So the Cubs are down 2 with 3 outs to go. All its victories, and they did it several times last year. 97 wins, clinching the playoffs, and then beating the Cardinals in their first ever matchup in the postseason. And looking forward to the celebration after this game. They clinched late last night the National League Central Division, and the Cardinals lost in San Francisco. First things first, though, they're down 2 here in the bottom of the 9th. And Carlos Torres filling in for their closer today, Tyler Thornburg.
Torres worked in the ball game last night. He's worked 65 times this year. 3 and 3. He's picked up a couple of saves along the way. 292, the earned run average. It's been tough to hit. League batting .213 against him. 74 innings. He's allowed 8 home runs. A lot of cut fastballs.
Hey, there's a big lefty, Dave Otto. A good friend, former Cub. Contreras fouls away on a fastball.
Torres worked an inning and 2/3 last night. Allowed a hit and a run, a walk, a couple of strikeouts through 26 pitches.
At it tomorrow afternoon. Zach Davies, Jake Arrieta. A good matchup. Willie Peralta, Kyle Hendricks on Sunday. And the Reds come in for 3 consecutive night games. Cubs' final off day of the regular season will be next Thursday. Field, fair ball. And Contreras wanted to try for 3. But there's no sense taking a chance here down 2.
Yeah, and you don't want to see the same thing happen to him that happened to Almora when Albert took the big turn around second a couple of innings ago and got caught with that throw in behind him. This time, an aggressive turn by Contreras, but he's able to retreat safely to second base. Lead off double. His second two-base hit of the ball game.
Coghlan digs in. He's playing first today. He's got 2 hits and 3 trips. Scored on the 2-run homer by Almora in the 5th. And a base hit. Contreras will be sent, and he will score. It's a 1-run ball game. 4-3 in the ninth.
Have a day, Chris Coghlan. Pinging that ball all over the diamond. A 3-hit day for Coghlan. Gary Jones knows the priority for the Brewers is to keep that back runner out of scoring position, so he feels comfortable sending Contreras there. Cruz is on home. We're within a run.
That's Coghlan's first 3-hit game of the season. Back-to-back hits to start the ninth. Almora homered in the 5th. Singled in the 7th. Thrown out at second base as he made a big turn on a single by Lostello. Ball 1.
Crowd's starting to get into this ball game a little bit.
A line drive to Braun. 1 out.
This isn't fooling anybody. Hey, make sure you stick with CSN Chicago after the game for complete coverage as the Cubs celebrate their NL Central Division Championship. A live stream will also be available at csnchicago.com.
For Lostello bats, Derek Johnson will have a scouting report, I'm sure, for Carlos Torres.
Yeah, and after a lot of hard contact, maybe a suggestion or two about pitch selection. Hey, you might want to change it up a little bit. It's in that curveball. Torres normally working in the 7th or 8th innings. So it's a different feel for him out there trying to finish one off.
I saw him last night get 5 outs in 26 pitches. Chapman ready in case this game goes to the 10th. Tying run at first, 1 out. Lostello takes a strike. Who could not center it?
That's a bullseye right there.
Better than that. Coghlan knows. Paying attention to him.
No doubles in the outfield for the Brewers. Very deep.
Coghlan runs. Ground ball knocked down by Carter. Everybody safe.
Stellas hit the ball well today. Oxton made that heck of a play on him back in the 3rd. He walked, singled, and now this probably a base hit. Really smoked. Has ruled an error, but still a very good swing of the bat by La Stella. Handcuffing the big guy. Molinari's got a chance to be a hero.
If so, we're getting a post-game interview with him. First and second, and a strike.
Didn't have to be.
Kawasaki, 35 years old. And he just got hit to load the bases. Well, that looked like it stung, but not much of a reaction from Mooney.
Interesting, Torres imploding out there in the 9th inning, and nobody up in that Brewer bullpen. There's a lot of youngsters out there, guys who haven't pitched in this situation, but you would think they would have somebody loosening just in case they wanted to go in a different direction.
Big hand for all-star Addison Russell. Cubs down a run, but they have the bases loaded with only one out. And the pitch brings it off the mask of Susak.
A lot of options on that bench for Joe Madden. He may have had the highest compilation of wins above replacement on a bench of any manager in the history of this game. Resting all his regulars here today. But I'm wondering if the call to Russell here is because of last night. Addison really had a tough night last night. Made a couple errors, had a tough night at the plate. Chance for him to have a moment. Plus, he's been really good in these situations.
He was late on 94, 0-2. I had the look that he was expecting something else. Coughlin at third, Stella at second, Kawasaki at first. $40,823 here at Wrigley Field. One and two.
The celebration is coming anyway, but it sure would be fun to do it with a W, and in walk-off fashion would be even better.
Susak. Well, that is not an easy play.
Yeah, that's a play of desperation there. He just throwing his glove out there and hoping for the best. Pretty slick.
Leadoff double Contreras. Coughlin knocked him in with a single. Almora lined out, maybe the hardest hit ball of the inning. Stella reached on an error. Kawasaki hit by a pitch. Finally, a 2-2. Third right on a bounce. It'll be played by Jeanette. Throw to first. Save! Tie ball game. Hovland is in. And now a chance to win it with Matt Caesar coming up.
Just a little flip thing of beauty off the end of the bat. Broken bat infield hit for Russell. So he does get a little redemption after that tough night last night. Carter can't flag it down by the time Jeanette gets it to Torres. Addison safely in.
Bases still loaded. And still only one out. Stella the winning run. He's 90 feet away. Caesar the batter.
How about a squeeze for fun?
Infield in. Almost hit him.
Caesar pretty good about getting the ball in the air.
Gets that up in the air. That's a grand slam. The wind blowing harder than it has all day. Right out at the 400th marker, just to the right of straightaway center.
Yeah, he's worked awfully hard over the last couple of years working on his swing path. He could become more of a power guy who could drive the ball anyway. Stay away from those rollover ground balls.
There's a bump attempt, and La Stella had gotten about 15 feet off the bag. So fortunately it was not a suicide squeeze, or that would have been trouble.
And maybe just Caesar showing bunt on his own there. That becomes a very difficult read though for a base runner in a bases loaded situation when there's a force play available at home. I see left center gap here.
Infield in, outfield in, 2-1. To get that winning run in. The 3-1. Oh, baby. 3-2.
Chapman continues to throw in the Cub bullpen.
Hopefully it's just a side day.
Rally hats.
3-2. Center field, not deep. Santana makes a catch. La Stella tags. He's going to hold. Probably the right choice. That ball was not deep enough. Thought he might try it though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a horrible play if you try it. You just you're hoping for a bad throw. You're hoping maybe the throw from the center fielder kicks off the mound, makes a funky hop on the catcher. You know, if you go in that situation, if they execute, you're out.
Usually firmly in the go for it camp. You can understand why Stella decided to hold with, I'm sure, some assistance from Gary Jones. So Baez bats with 2 outs.
Javi 0 for 4 today. Struck out twice, hit a rocket. Lined out to third back in the 4th. Maybe the hardest ball that's been hit all day. Last time up, he popped to first.
Two runs in to tie the ball game.
Anxious.
There it comes. Just off the outside. 2-2.
I have to say, Lance Barksdale has done a pretty good job back there. In as much as I've been paying attention, we haven't had many of those. What's he thinking about? Right?
Torres steps off this inning. Will end with this plate appearance no matter what. Either the Cubs will win it or Torres will get out of it. We'll head to the 10th.
So Mr. Irrelevant right now is Miguel Montero on deck.
He's on deck, but he will not bat in the 9th for sure. Three and 2.
So interesting pitch coming here. We know Baez is inclined to swing. He rarely ever walks. You throw a chase pitch and risk walking in the winning run.
Two outs, bases loaded. A bouncer back to the mound to send us to extra innings. 4-4 at the end of 9. Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. 10th inning, and the Cubs closer is on, trying to preserve a tie. Hard throwing left-hander Aroldis Chapman. Cubs got 2 to tie it, and they had a great chance to win it. But Torres found an escape hatch as he got Caesar and then Baez. Let's go back to the final pitch of the inning.
Yeah, it's a great pitch in this situation. We know how aggressive Javi is, so it's just a little teaser off that outside corner down. It's probably ball 4. It is ball 4, but it's certainly a pitch you would expect, if you've done your homework on Javi, you expect him to swing at. And Torres with that little, oh my God, I'm about to get out of this hand grenade over to first base.
Jake Elmore. Pitch hitting, and 98 for ball 1. Elmore batting for Jeanette.
You think Scooter argued? Fought for the at bat against Chapman?
Probably not. Would you?
To me, that'd be nowhere to be found. Walking up to home plate, looking over my shoulder. Are you sure?
Caught the outside corner. It's 2-1.
The first at bat I had since probably high school was in spring training in 1986. And I believe it was Mike Witt pitching for the Red Sox. He threw a fastball right by my knees at on 94. I literally jumped backwards when I heard it hit the mitt.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a real attention getter. The last time I had an at bat, they were throwing like this. Well, except for the I was played in the Northern Valley Baseball League too, the summer league up in my part of northern New York.
One fouls away. 1 for 4 with a home run. It was in the 3rd inning.
Fun matchup that has been dominated by Chapman. I can't imagine there's too many hitters who that is not the case.
Slider for strike 2.
He's just toying with him out there now, making stuff up.
Yeah, that's a changeup.
Falls under the category of unfair.
Carter with 2 outs. Crisp, 102.
Baseball Prospectus, or one of those books, I don't know if they still do, but they used to come out with a preseason guide with scouting reports on all the players, and they put their stats and information. There's always a category at the bottom like loves to face, hates to face. So in other words, for like Barry Larkin, it might have been loves to face Jim DeShays, because he wore me out. Pittsburgh, there's nobody that loves to face Aroldis Chapman.
I would agree. On their feet again. 0-2. Struck him out. Chapman strikes out the side in the 10th. Cubs will try to win it when we come back. Tied at 4. For Jeanette, veteran right-hander Blaine Boyer will handle the pitching. 10th inning, 4-4.
Yeah, Boyer's been around a good while now. He's on for the 57th time this year. He's pitched to a 4.06 ERA. What really gets your attention when you look at the numbers on Boyer, the low strikeout total. 62 innings pitched, he's only struck out 24. He's allowed a 305 batting average. Just the 3 home runs.
So Miguel Montero will lead it off.
Boyer is the 7th Brewer pitcher here this afternoon.
Anderson, Barnes, Suter, Marinez, Knebel, Torres, and Boyer. Cubs have only used 3: Lackey, Pena, and Chapman. And a strike.
Lackey gets off the hook. No decision for him. Likewise for Anderson, the Brewers starter. These guys were pretty darn good here today.
If we go to the 11th, looks like it'll be Hector Rondon. Drive to left, deep, back at the wall, Braun! Game over! Cubs win! Cubs win! Time to celebrate!
Ah, that's the way to do it. Clinch last night. Couldn't celebrate on the field, but a walk-off win in 10 innings here today, and let the party begin. Boy, what a late resurgence from Miguel Montero.
They're going to have some fun with this one, I think. The NL Central champions can celebrate after a win.
Yep, the scrum at home plate. They've rolled out the championship T-shirts and hats.
Postseason T-shirts and caps.
Feels better this way. They were going to celebrate anyway. Last year, a similar thing happened when they clinched the wild card. It happened overnight. Came out the next day, lost the ball game. Had one heck of a party. Here they get to celebrate the win and the division championship.
Congrats to the Ricketts family, the entire organization, Theo Epstein, Jed Hoyer, and the entire baseball operations staff. A lot of people behind the scenes who do a lot of work to get this team prepared on a daily basis. Manager Joe Madden and his coaching staff. And right now, JD, it's all about these players.
Yeah,
what a
well,
year.
it is, but I'm glad you mentioned the coaches, because sometimes they're overlooked, and those guys work long and hard, and they're a big piece of this as well.
Chapman gets the win today. He looked pretty dominating as he struck out the side in the 10th. Wayne Boyer takes the loss. Cubs now 94-53. Very small handful of fans left after this game went to the 10th, but just about everybody stayed, and nobody wants to leave. And a party into the night here in Wrigleyville.
Kyle Schwarber down there in the middle of it. His teammates have been very good about keeping him involved, and what no doubt has been a bitter summer for him to have to watch all this unfold.
Leila Rahimi, take it away.
Joined by Wilson Contreras, you're taking part of this celebration. What is this like for you right now?
This is an amazing feeling. I know that once I get here, we were going to the postseason. I came here to do my best to help my team, and we do the little things today. We never give up.
You're right, you were part of the rally that started this comeback in the 9th inning, able to get an extra base hit. What was that rally like for you and for you guys to be able to capitalize?
Like I say, I never give up. I'm gonna battle every single pitch. I'm gonna have a good at-bat out there, and that's what I did my last 2 at-bats.
Congratulations, Wilson. Go celebrate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Leila. What a story he has been here in 2016. People ask us, what's been the best story? You come up with about 12 different answers. You go, oh yeah, what about this guy? We didn't know if or when Wilson Contreras would get to the big leagues, but not only is he here, he's a big part of this thing.
Yeah, you know, Joe Madden was asked a lot early on about Wilson Contreras, and he basically said sooner or later he's going to be here. Our best guess was he'd be a September call-up, but he obviously tore things up at AAA, and his skill set is obviously quite impressive with that throwing arm. We've seen him flash it from behind the plate and from out in left field. He's got patience at the plate. He has power, unbridled enthusiasm. The pitchers that have worked with him have said that he's made great strides in terms of game calling. They're very comfortable with him behind the plate. It's like a star in the making.
So we're going to gather on the pitcher's mound for a team photo with the W flag.
An annual tradition.
Montero right in the middle, in front of that W after hitting the home run.
There's Pedro Strop. He threw a bullpen yesterday. He's on the mend. Should be back soon. a teaching moment for the manager of the club on the other side of the field. Say, keep an eye on it, boys. This is where you want to be someday.
What a group. Layla has the manager, Joe Madden. Go ahead, Layla.
Joe Madden, describe this moment right now on the field.
Well, it was kind of nice to do it this way here today. After having lost yesterday, but still being able to clinch. It's nice to do it in front of the fans. Even though we're in the playoffs fully, to do it like this in front of our amazing fans is kind of neat.
We've talked all season about your team finding a way to win. This is an excellent example to be able to do the right things. Wilson Contreras said that in the late innings to get this win and really give the fans what they wanted to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to come back with 2 runs, had a chance to score the 3rd one, didn't get it done. Araldis comes in and really fires it up by the way he pitched. And, of course, Miggy's been swinging the bat really well over about the last 3 weeks to a month. That's the perfect Miggy spot right there.
You want to enjoy this moment, I know, but there's still so much work to do. How do you balance the emotion with what's ahead?
Oh, you just celebrate today, and tomorrow we'll start talking about a little bit more earnest, but for right now, just celebrate.
Joe Madden, congratulations on the Central Championship.
Thank
you for the time. Guys, back up to you.
Good stuff. Thank you, Layla. Yeah, Joe's all about celebrating the victories because there's so much failure in this game. The old adage is if you're a 300 hitter, you make 7 outs out of 10. But it has really resonated with this young group.
Yeah, well, we talk, and I think probably the adjective they used most to describe Joe Madden, both before he got here and since we've gotten to know him really well, is unconventional. And it is unconventional in that for a billion years in baseball, the cliche has been, hey, you don't get too high, you don't get too low, even keel, yada, yada, yada. Well, Joe's philosophy is, well, yeah, you go ahead and you do get very pumped up when you win. You celebrate the wins. You go ahead and show some emotion, and you let go of the losses. You just, hey, move on from there. That's his approach. It works. We've seen him do so many different things, the way he deploys his players. We've seen pitchers in left field, some crazy defensive alignments. He's a real forward-thinking guy and been the perfect fit.
Back down to the field with an MVP candidate standing by.
Anthony Rizzo, you get to experience this moment on the field. The rally begins in the 9th and then follows up in the extra innings. Describe the win along with the emotion.
Great win. Lackey battle today. And we were down there in the 9th. We could have gave it in, but that's not what we do. We built that up throughout the years here, and it's a good win for us. And to win like that, we knew we were celebrating afterwards, but to win, it just makes everything better now.
Yeah, before the game, you guys went onto the field, took your hats off, acknowledged the crowd. Tell me about that moment and then being able to build on that with what happened here just now.
It's our support to the fans. They support us all year. They supported us ever since I've been here when it wasn't as glory days like the song's playing right now, but it's just it's appreciation to them and what they've done, and they fuel us every day here, and it's a true home field advantage. Wrigley Field is one of the most true home field advantages there is.
Yes, and you guys enjoy that record. Now, you mentioned being here when this team didn't have this record. They weren't this successful, so to make the playoffs now back-to-back seasons, to take the division like you did so early in the season, given what has happened to you over the years, what does that mean?
It means a lot, and we battled all year. We got off to a good start, and we maintained it all year, and it's good. It's really this team has grown a lot this year, and we're going to continue to grow and get better. And keep this thing going for as long as we can.
You've been a great teammate to your team and also to the city of Chicago. You guys supported the Blackhawks. You've seen what they do. How did that inspire you?
I mean, you just see them at parade after parade, and it's awesome. That organization has built pretty much a dynasty there, and it fuels us. You want to be there. You want the parades, and this is the first stepping stone to where we want to go.
Favorite moment about the on-field celebration so far?
Probably hugging John Lester, Rossi, just hugging all the guys and saying congrats to all of them.
Congrats, Anthony. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys, back over to you.
Thank you, Layla. I think the other thing these last couple of years, there was, I think, a lot of pressure, and I think Anthony put it on himself, right? After a lot of veterans were traded away to be kind of the voice in the clubhouse, to be the leader, and he is. You know, he's the main ingredient, as you called him, in spring training of this club. But I think to add some other veteran guys to take a little of that pressure off him and just let him go out and be an all-star and an MVP candidate.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe early on in his career it was forced a little bit because he thought that's what was expected of him. And I think he has evolved. He's matured as a player. Now he gets it. It's just, hey, man, just go out and play hard, lead by example. And you're right. And, you know, you bring in guys like David Ross. And this team is interesting because most clubs that I've been on and around, when you talk about leaders, it's usually just the position players. You know, pitchers are kind of a breed unto themselves. But guys like, you know, Lester and Lackey, with all their experience, they're real leaders on this ball club as well. So it's a great mix of tough-minded guys that go about it every day. You know, I know that's a tired cliche, but that's true. That's the nature of the sport. It's an everyday endeavor, and these guys come out here every day with, you know, what do we need to do to win today's game? And not much more than that. It's a very simplistic approach.
All right, Layla, you have Tom Ricketts. Take it away.
I do have Tom Ricketts. Tom just celebrating on the field, and you got to enjoy this game as well from the fan standpoint. It's all over the internet. So tell me, what was that like when you got to watch the game from the bleachers?
Oh, I've been out to the bleachers a lot, but it was great to see all the baseball guys out there. We had a few beers and had a great time. But, you know, really everything we do and everything that happened here this season and this day is all about the fans. You know, without the fans, we have nothing. And we have the best fans in baseball, and this place is the best ballpark in baseball, and that's all that really matters.
For your team to be able to earn this Central title so early in the season, what is the significance of that? What you guys have worked on, the baseball guys in the front office, and the ownership group as well, to have this moment as early as it is right now?
Well, you know, I think it all just speaks to how hard everybody on the baseball side works and getting the right guys in place to execute the plan. And we got great players, we got a great manager, we have a great baseball organization from Theo on down. We have a great business organization too. You know, it all adds up. It's all one piece of one giant puzzle, and it's starting to come together.
We've seen extra innings out of this team, the way they fight, the way they find a way to win. They did it again, gave their fans something to watch today. What was it like for you?
Well, all season long, if you notice, when we win by 6. When we lose by 1. So we've always fought. We've always kept games close. It's a tribute to pitching. It's a tribute to the bullpen, tribute to the way Joe manages, tribute to the players on the field. But the key is that this team scraps every day, and today was a great example of that.
You mentioned the fans. Anything else you want to say to them?
All I know is, you know, everything that we do from here on out, I mean, last year in the playoffs, this year in the playoffs, as we drive toward that World Series, it's all about fans. People stuck with this team when we went through some tough years. Nobody left. Everybody hung out and waited. They trusted us, and I just want to pay them back.
We appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of the celebration. Thank you for sharing with us, Tom.
I'm not going to celebrate. I'm going to go home and rest. No, I'm just kidding.
Whatever you need. Thank you so much. Now, guys, back over to you.
That's great stuff. Tom Ricketts, Cubs executive chairman. I mean, every day he walks around the stands, talks to fans. And I'm sure there are people watching us right now who have a story about running into the face of the franchise in terms of ownership group. He loves this team. He listens to fans. And the other thing, too, JD, that needs to be said about Tom Ricketts is he hires great people and he lets them do their job.
Yeah, the model is outstanding. I mean, from the ownership on down, the way they have operated their business, you know, bringing in very smart baseball people, Theo Jed, and on down the line, Jason McLeod, Randy Bush, Shiraz Raymond. They've got just a very talented front office, and bringing Joe Madden in to kind of pull everything together with all these young players. And the thing I like about it, there's a lot of people that are in ownership in baseball that don't really get the game. They don't understand the game. They're kind of enticed by the idea of owning a major sports franchise, and I get that. But they aren't fans at heart. And Tom is, obviously he's a fan first. He's a guy who used to sit out here in the bleachers. That's where he met his wife, hanging out there, drinking a beer in the bleachers, watching the Cubs play ball. I mean, how good is that story?
The party room is open, and that was another great addition. Actually, that's the clubhouse. So they're in the main clubhouse now.
That's the clubhouse / discotheque.
They've got it tarped off to make sure tomorrow it smells nice and fresh when they walk in. But there's a group that loves to celebrate, and no danger in celebrating a lot now because we've got a long way to go before we get to the division series. And a few of the regulars may get tomorrow off as well. That's the other thing, the lineup today, right? You had a lot of bench players in there. Cubs trailed for much of the day, but they found a way to pull it out late.
Yeah, and we talked about it in the pregame. That was predetermined. It wasn't because they clinched last night with the Cardinal loss. This is what Joe wanted to do today, to use all those reserves because of coming off the long road trip. So where you may see another altered lineup tomorrow, I think that will be more about we've clinched, we celebrated, and we're going to give some of our everyday guys another day off before running them back out there.
Well, let's check out our hefty home run. We saved this particular segment for last because we just had a feeling, right? And his last 2 game-ending home runs have been almost in the same spot against the Milwaukee Brewers. Remember, we were in the bleachers last year in August.
Yeah, that's right.
Montero hit a game ender. Well, he did it again today.
Yeah, that's he's as Joe mentioned, the last 3 weeks to a month, he's really turned things around, and a lot of it has been the ability to not just hit the ball the other way, but to drive the ball the other way. So I think there was a time when Montero was really teetering on the edge of not being on the playoff roster, and I'm not guaranteeing it, but my sense is he's going to be on it.
Yeah, I think Joe likes the idea of 3 catchers. John Lackey enjoying the celebration. And I guess, as he would say, the big boy game starts soon, right?
That's right, yep.
Quite
his comment earlier this year, when the big boy games start, I'll be ready to go.
A lot of fans still hanging around, and I would imagine in Wrigleyville as well. Let's go down to Kelly Crow.
With or without goggles.
The outcome was inevitable, but how gratifying to finally be popping the champagne and celebrating.
Well, it's nothing better after a win, though. We were going to celebrate it regardless, but it feels even better when you win a ball game. I mean, it's all about winning, and we did it today. We came back, we played a heck of a game, and that's what I tell you. That's what we won the division, because we played every day, 9 innings hard, and we never give up, and we got the results.
I know these champagne showers never get old. For you this season and what you'll remember about this team so far, what will that be?
Well, I mean, we play all year long good, but good teams when they go through a bad times, and we went through a tough time, and we never panicked. We knew we were capable of doing, and we stuck with them, and we got out of the slump a little bit, and we kept on riding.
I know this is the first step to what is the main goal for you guys. Where does the attention turn to now in the next couple weeks to be ready for October?
Well, the main goal is just keep playing hard, keep winning games. I mean, we want to add it up. We don't want to just
feel the burn, Mickey.
It feels good because it was hot out there. We just don't want to take anything for granted. We just want to keep playing, and we want to, keep proving people that we're really good. So I said it last year won, and I guess I wasn't wrong about it.
Awesome. Enjoy this one today. Have fun.
Thank you.
Kelly, thank you. Miguel Montero with the big home run today. Cubs still have 15 games to go, and they're inching toward 100 wins, maybe hurtling toward 100 wins, as they've got 94 on the year.
Yeah, the only other box they have to check now is to make sure they have the best record, the best overall record in the National League, so they have home field advantage up till the World Series, and they're in commanding position to do that.
One of the new Cubs, Ben Zobrist with Kelly.
It's such a long season, and you know what, these guys worked really hard all year to get to this point. You know, now we're in the postseason. We can start focusing on that, but you know, it's been a long road just to get to this point, so it's great, especially for the guys that have never done this before.
Tell us how it's supposed to go in here, even though you have a much bigger goal in front of you.
Well, you blow it out for this day, you know. Got to really enjoy it because winning a division is very, very difficult in the major leagues, and especially the Central that we're in. It's a good division, and to be able to win this division is huge. I think we really kind of dominated all year long in the division. That's why we're at this point. So we know we got a lot of things we still want to do, but right now we're going to celebrate this.
What's the biggest challenge in the next couple weeks then to staying sharp and yet still getting the rest this team needs?
The biggest challenge is just staying in the moment, still trying to produce, still trying to win games. We don't want to get lazy or complacent at all. I don't think we will with this group. You know, these guys are all really focused, and we're focused on being ready when we come to the postseason.
And you did such a good job holding that together. I know who you need to go get back, though. It was Miguel Montero.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks a lot, man. Guys.
Thank you, Kelly. So the Cubs celebrating a division championship. They clinched late last night when the Cardinals lost in San Francisco, but they waited to celebrate until after today's game, and good thing they did, because it was one of the more thrilling extra inning wins the Cubs have had this season. They've kind of specialized in the game tying and game ending wild pitch pass ball, but you love that home run to the bleachers.
Yeah, everybody rises up and watches that ball fly out of the ballpark, and party on.
Javier Baez with Kelly.
You went with the Cardinals this time around, Javi. What did you learn from last year?
Ooh, it really burns. Yeah, it's already burning. It's already burning, bro. You gotta use them.
But honestly, how different does this feel in comparison to a year ago, because you're clinching here in mid-September?
Well, for us, it's still really excited. You know, we having fun, we're winning, we're living our dream.
What so far will you remember about the journey to this point and this afternoon?
I can't really hear you. What's up?
What will you remember about this journey so far with this team and getting to this point?
Oh, last year, you know, obviously we went pretty far. We had good season, and hopefully this year we go farther.
Okay, where does the mindset turn from here to be ready by October?
Oh, we're ready. We're ready for October. You know, obviously, keep going with the game that we have, and then ready for the playoffs.
All right, Audi, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I loved how he answered the question as he was being sprayed.
Yeah, he hung in there, didn't he? How about we got fans with goggles on out there?
Yeah, well, they're
getting ready.
Prepared. You like that too. You don't ever get used to it, right? You don't want to be complacent and assume it's going to happen. You want to celebrate all your successes, but I think being there last year, when we talk about postseason experience, we don't know how much it helps, but it can't hurt to have been there before, right?
Correct. I'm with you. I think experience in many facets of sports is overrated, overplayed. But I think it can matter, and I think the fact that a bunch of these guys have been through it before certainly can't hurt, as you said. Will it be a determining factor in a series down the road? I don't know. But the fact that, you know, guys have been in situations where they've had big, meaningful at-bats under the bright lights of the postseason, and they're able to control the heart rate, able to kind of hang in there and have a good at-bat, or, you know, make a big pitch under duress, that's very important.
All right, back to Kelly in the clubhouse.
Hector's rolling around here with 2 bottles of champagne. This has got to feel pretty darn good today to get this division clinched in mid-September.
Yeah, I mean, we've been winning for last year, and right now we got to make it special, and we know we had a long thing to go, and we try to be the best right now.
What do you think this team learned from a year ago that you're going to be able to apply now moving forward to get to that last game?
Last year in the second half, we finally like we good. We good and
We just won the Central.
and after that, we know we can beat any team. We know we can beat any team, and our confidence up. And we coming this year, we try to beat everybody.
All right, Hector, you got 2 bottles. Go make them useful. Guys.
Thanks, Kelly. Hector Rondon, who handled the acquisition of Aroldis Chapman like a pro. There was nothing he did at all. But that move was made for October. And you can see why when you watch Chapman pitch. Rondon to Chapman, that's pretty formidable.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And you know, you talk about the Kansas City Royals and their run to the World Series and the model they had, the ability to shorten games, get Strove back healthy. We've seen the emergence of Carl Edwards Jr. Justin Grimm, second half of this year, has been lights out. So the bullpen's in real good shape, and that obviously becomes a very important part of things when you get into the postseason. Managers have a tendency to make quicker moves to the bullpen, to have that depth out there, guys you can trust, not from the 7th inning on, but from the 5th inning on if need be. A lot of weapons for Joe Madden out there in that pen.
Well, as always, the toast of the game is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. We're going to say the toast of the division championship season. We're giving it to the 2016 Chicago Cubs. And a reminder, Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Very appropriate on this day after the clinch celebration. Cubs have their families on the field. We had a shot of Joe Madden and his wife Jay as his team shares in the celebration with their loved ones.
Fan paying tribute to Kyle Schwarber, who's lost during the first week of the season.
A reminder, we will be back on CSN Monday as the Cubs open a 3-game series against the Reds. Pre-game coverage at 6:30 prior to Game 1. We have Blue Cross Blue Shield post-game live coming up next with continued coverage of the Cubs division championship celebration. Oscar Strode, the Cubs bullpen coach with the goggles, longest tenured uniformed member of this organization at the big league level. And then there's the fans. We've been talking about the team, the players, just the fans, as Tom Ricketts mentioned, enduring some tough seasons and hanging with this club and watching the process. It was fascinating on a lot of levels to watch. Painful at times. The Cubs had a 100-loss season. You got to show some faith in Theo Epstein, who won a couple of World Series titles in Boston. And they stuck to the plan, and again, that goes back to ownership trusting that this group was going to get it done, because you need to have ownership to be fully committed to doing it. Some owners would get a little antsy after a couple of years of a lot of losing.
Yeah, because you turn on the talk radio and people are tearing you apart, and fans are calling in, so these guys aren't committed, they're just trying to make a buck and yada, yada, yada. And that's just not the case. And actually the Cubs, really, this has become a model. You see it from a lot of teams around baseball now, willingness to, well, you know what, let's just blow it up. Let's be willing to lose 100 games. You know, don't waste a bunch of money bringing in mediocre veteran free agents so you can kind of, you know, win 70, 75 games. So, you know, we'll bottom out, we'll get high draft picks, we'll save our money. When it's time to spring, we'll spring into action and spend that money on a big free agent. And so I think a lot of teams around baseball are paying attention to what the Cubs have done here, and you're going to see more of it all around the industry.
You also got to hit right on a lot of your trades and a lot of your draft picks and free agent signings, and for the most part, the Cubs have done that.
Well, and that's the thing. It's organization-wide. It's player development. It's minor league coaches and staff. It's scouts. It's guys out there, watching major league games, watching minor league games, identifying pieces. Hector Rondon coming over in the Rule 5 draft. All the trades they made to bring in frontline players. The Arrieta deal. I mean, those are scouts that are out there making those recommendations. Here's the guy we need to get, and just about every one of those has worked out.
Kyle Hendricks was not a guy we talked a lot about when he was acquired from Texas. Cubs made a couple of really nice deals with the Texas Rangers. They traded Ryan Dempster and then later Matt Garza, and got a pretty good haul in return.
Yeah, indeed, and we're seeing it now with Edwards' emergence, Grimm, Kyle Hendricks, who, I'm guessing the Cubs would probably tell you too when they acquired Kyle that they saw his ceiling as a back of the rotation guy, and would he be a piece of a rotation on a division-winning championship team at the time they made that deal? I doubt that they felt that. So he has exceeded expectations, pitching at such a high level. So you have to do it the right way. And you have to get a little lucky, too.
And then I think, I don't know if it's the biggest move, but it did accelerate the process, and that was Joe Maddon becoming available. And it was a little clause in his contract, and Joe has talked about this many times. At the time, he didn't even realize he had the stipulation in his deal that said if Andrew Friedman left the organization, Joe could opt out of his contract. And that opened the door for the Cubs to get who I think we both believe is the best manager in the game today.
Yeah, and Ricky Renteria was here for a year, and Ricky was. I thought Ricky did a real nice job, and I thought he would have continued to do a good job. But as Theo said at the time, to do what was best for the Cubs, they had to sever ties with Ricky and offer that contract to Joe Maddon, and it's been a perfect match.
There's Carl Edwards Jr. celebrating. Theo Epstein and his son riding around on the John Deere tractor with Rick Fuse. Joe Maddon embracing his wife. What
embracing
a day.
The target.
Embracing the target is right. Weather panned out for us. We thought we might get some rain. Never happened. And if you just joined us, the Cubs won in thrilling fashion today. Miguel Montero with a game-ending leadoff home run in the bottom of the 10th. Cubs scored twice in the 9th to get the game into extra innings. There's still several thousand fans here, I think.
They're waiting for the players to come back out on the field.
Yeah.
And at some point, the players will. They'll emerge out of that dugout. Champagne bottles in hand to tip the caps to the fans that have remained and engage those fans and their families, their wives and kids waiting out on the field. As is often the plight of the wives and kids in this sport. A lot of waiting, a lot of patience. They're kind of the unsung heroes behind the scenes.
This team definitely knows how to celebrate. They've been in there now for a good half hour. Really getting after it. Wrigleyville is hopping on this late Friday afternoon.
I would imagine it started to hop last night as people that stayed in the area and hung out here and watched to see how that Cardinal-Giant game would finish up.
The David Ross story. He's walking around the neighborhood trying to find the Cardinal game and walked into an establishment. He's going to get a beer and the bartender said, shots on me. Cubs are the National League Central champions, first time since 2008.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable run. From spring training forward, this was the expectation that they would win this division. We thought it would be more competitive. Pirates and Cardinals both had very good teams coming out of spring training, but the Cubs have really left them in their dust. So now it's on to bigger and better things. cut the music down below, and there's a hush of anticipation down there. I don't know if somebody's coming out or not.
I think they're just cueing the next record. And there really hasn't been a must-win all year because of the Cubs' big lead. But if I had to pick the one win where maybe during the game you and I were looking at each other like this would be a really good one to get, it was the final game of the first half as the Cubs' lead dwindled, I say that in air quotes, down to 6.5 over the Pirates, who were looking for a sweep. Cubs had gone 5-15 over their previous 20 games. Hector Rondon came in a seesaw battle. Cubs had a 1-run lead. He preserved it in the ninth. You go into the break there and you just kind of felt like, okay, everything's going to be fine, and certainly that was the case as they just jumped past everybody in the second half. Let's go down to Kelly once again with Jake Arrieta.
I'm assuming this feels a little bit different than last year just because you're doing it with 3 weeks still to play in the regular season, but it's got to be pretty nice to finally pop the champagne.
Puts ourselves in a really good spot. You know, we knew this moment was close. To do it this early is nice. You know, we got a lot of opportunity to do some things that normally teams don't going to the playoffs as far as the rest, getting some guys some innings and getting everybody healthy.
What have you enjoyed about this year with this group, taking that next step and being prepared like you are at this point in the year?
I mean, seeing the young players collectively take steps forward and be more consistent at a really high level is one of the main reasons we're here. Obviously, we pitch really well, but our young guys, Addy, Javi, Soler, I mean, these guys are playing incredible baseball.
The next couple weeks, is there anything in particular for yourself that you're hoping that you do to get the rest you need to keep yourself fresh?
You know, get bullpens in, get some good work in on the side, try and stay crisp with my breaking balls, and you know, stay conditioned. Other than that, we'll be ready to go.
Wilson is conditioning your beard for you right now.
Ooh. You know, I've got about 8-9 ounces of liquid in here, so I'll be well hydrated.
You guys enjoy this one. Thank you, Jake.
Thanks, Kelly.
Nice work, Kelly. Layla on the field earlier getting some interviews, and they'll continue to talk to members of the Cubs as we transition into our post-game coverage. David Kaplan and Todd Hollandsworth will take over. But just a fun day, JD, and while it didn't happen last night, this worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it did. It would have been a little bit of a buzzkill had they lost this game, but I don't know, it probably wouldn't have affected the party down in the clubhouse, but it sure was fun the way it ended up with Montero hitting that walk-off home run in the 10th to kind of kick things off.
So that's it for us, but again, we've got a lot more to come. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live coming up with David Kaplan and Todd Hollandsworth. Cap and Holly, take it away.